All right, hello everyone. Oh, wrong button. There we go. Okay, hello everyone. Today we are, well, we're doing some rigging today. Now, there's a few caveats before we begin. I don't think anyone's watching one. It's another random stream day, so they'll pop in later. But for those in the future, this can help you out. If you ever wondered how Vtube models are made, boy, we're gonna help you out. Okay. So, the whole thing today is we have a drawing hand model, and we're going to start from scratch. That's, well, we have the model made, okay? We're going to start animating from scratch, and that's kind of what I want you guys to see. So, I'm going to go walk you guys through the process and stuff. However, be careful for a few other things here. I have not rigged in a while. I've been wanting to, but I'm terrible at art, and so having parts to rig is, yeah. Now, I did some rigging not too long ago, but it was the world's smallest Vtube model, which is 1 pixel in size, and that's not a lot of rigging to do, you know? I mean, technically, theoretically, what we are doing today should be just as simple. So, let's get at least pulling it up so it's not a dead screen picture. So, first I'm going to pull in the PSD. It's a slightly older version of Live2D cubes. They've had some updates, but it's not a big deal because we're still going to be putting it the normal way and stuff. So now you can see the model behind me. Now it looks a little crazy because of all the things in front and behind and stuff. And that was just layering when it comes to the ordering when I do the making the model itself, right? So there's a few points we have to establish with this. Now, I'm not very savvy with a lot of things, like a lot of people would be that get a lot more experience with this stuff. I do have quite a bit, though. I've done some crazy things with Live2D. I just don't get to say as experienced as I want to because I love this so much. But so we have a ton of things. There's more than there needs to be, okay? Now, there are a absolute ton of parts, as you can see. Don't worry about that. If you're making a Live2D model, you don't have to be as many parts as I do. The reason I have so many parts is I can control the opacity of this part instead of just leaving it as a built-in layer. I don't have to do all this other stuff. I can kind of keep it in control and we can manage it, okay? That's the whole point for some of it and why some of it's kind of separated. Now, the first thing to do, regardless of everything else, and we're not even going to be worried about a lot of stuff here, we're just going to make everything work properly. We are selecting everything. Now, if you're new to Live2D, this is how you should do it. There's customized stuff, and experts will tell you to do this overly complicated things with doing it manually, but we're going to give these structure. It's basically a 2D polygon set. You know how 3D works with a polygon, the edges, you're just stretching parts, and it's straight lines between the two. The same thing with this kinda, it's a little different. We're gonna do a mesh. Now the way a mesh works is in between the mesh bits, you can stretch it. And that doesn't like the two mesh things that you are messing with are far apart. They aren't gonna mess with any of the meshes in between, so it kind of simplifies it. Now, if things are getting really, really complicated with meshes, you would make it, there's going to be a preset for standard, little, or heavy, and we're just going to go standard here. Standard is good for most stuff, and let me see, you can probably see this. That's a lot of dots. Don't be terrified by the dots here, okay? That's because there's item stacked on item stacked on item. We're not doing a lot of animating, guys. This is a very simple process we're doing. And it just looks so complicated because I have all the shadows separate. And I can modify them that way and work them that way. And we're going to use masking to make everything look good. It's terrifying. So, step 1. Art mesh everything. Period. If it's not art meshed, it will not deform correctly. It will not warp around. You cannot mold it. You cannot shape it. And Live2D is about messing with the shapes to make things look differently. So, what I'm trying to say is, for those who don't understand it, unlike traditional animation where you are making new frames, we are using a single frame and stretching and moving and altering it everywhere and stuff in order to create a kind of effect, right? So everything is that way. We're gonna make it look good. I think we'll get it good. So everything has a net mesh. That's all we wanted to do there. So everything's got a little mesh. it lets me mess around with it. That's all we wanted. That's all we needed. So now we can work with it. Now, step 2, we got to keep them in parts. You can see we kind of got in parts already, right? Sleeve, glove outer, index. In the top left, you can see index finger stuff, thumb finger. So we gotta... Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. So the next part here is we're going to put deformers on things. Now, what... you know what? Before we even begin any work there, let's delete all of these parameters. Because I don't need them. They're getting in my way. They're eyesores. We're not making things with eyes. My hand does not have eyes. It shouldn't, at least. So we're getting rid of a lot of stuff. Now this whole hand thing was created with animation plans in place to work with certain things to it, right? I could have gone a step further with things that were unnecessary. I could have gone a step behind with things that were better. I could have made this simple. It could just be a single image, honestly. And a lot of people will do hand things there. So just give me a second, just get my thoughts in order, because I'm everywhere at once because this is a project, right? So let's establish a few things first. You see this pin shadow? It doesn't matter about which is on top or something. So let's just put the pin hole on top so you can see it better or something. I don't want to do that. We'll put it down here so we do it in the order. I was trying to order it better. Something with no order. There we go. That way we can see what we're dealing with. This pin tip. Right here, this tip, right there, that little bit, right there, right where my cursor is. That object will be the center of the model. Everything will rotate from here and move from here because this is going to be following my mouse cursor around, okay? And so when I'm drawing in like art and stuff like that, you will be able to see the pin. That's the goal for this. It's the pin drawing thing to make things good. And if it doesn't work great, oh well, I'll use it for some sort of like animation sequence. If I can't get it to work properly with like drawing streams and stuff, my goal is to use it for animations for like drawing on a board or something, like a marker kind of stuff a little bit or something. I can always change out the pen. Then that's the simple thing kind of stuff, you know, just adding it in and putting there. The animation for the pen is not going to be as much as everything else. We're going to have to put it into certain shapes and everything, but what we're going to do is create deformers for every group. These big deformers are going to be moving around and just holding them in place. For those who do not know, what is a deformer? It's the number one thing you got to know with Live2D, after the mesh, honestly, because the mesh is more important. Because you can warp it around without the mesh, but I digress. The whole thing about deformer is it's kind of like a giant grid you throw on top that lets you more easily manipulate it. And you can manipulate a lot of parts underneath it instead of just one. So I just create a big warp deformer. Look at that. And you see all these parts of the pin underneath? Oh, look at that. I can move them all. I could even warp the art a little bit if I wanted to. You can see all they kind of got different meshes and stuff a bit underneath because they're all working a little differently. So that's why that works. If they all have the same mesh, would be fine. But we are not kind of worried about anything. This is just to manage things better off and stuff. Certain things will happen better and work better, so don't worry too much on that. You would probably just have a pen and a shadow if you were doing this yourself. And that's only if you want a shadow. You don't even need a shadow. I go overboard with everything, so don't worry. Let me see here. What we got here is the cuff stuff. So this is the cuff. We are going to dock that with the sleeve. They were separated so they could be in the art file better and easier. So now we're going to have this all together and we're going to make a warp deformer of sleeve. Now we have the arm sleeve. Now before I even get started, that's the cuff underside, right? So I want to put that at least -1. This right here, let's see what we got here. If I forget everything, I'll look at some parts real quick. Just getting a little tidying before I even put up the warp deformer and everything. Yeah, but we should probably do that. So let's just go that. I'll just finish the deformers real quick so I don't confuse anyone watching. We'll have the warp deformer of the glove outer, so that's the hand bit, because it's a double glove set. Everything looks weird right now because we haven't worked on opacity. Everything I have is on max opacity. It is not transparent for a lot of things like highlights, shadows, textures, because I want to be able to manipulate it in this in case I need to like utilize it or something. We'll have this. We're going to call this full index because we have an index for the front and the back for a little animation tricks and stuff. And we have warp deformer of thumb and warp deformers of fingers. The fingers look awful, by the way. Oh, you don't know, but they look awful. They look so awful. Let's see. Okay, so now we got warp deformer of fingers, warp deformer of the thumb. Hello, Quentin. Yes, we are animating the hand finally. We are doing the drawing hand. I mean, technically, it's more of the pen. The hand just follows suit. But yes, we are finally on the animation portion. I decided, while my friends were like all boring and not doing anything, like, I'm just gonna go do a stream with everything. So the whole point is every major part. So I think it's like 7 parts to this thing. Let's count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We only have 6 parts. It's gonna be a little bit more later, but it seemed like a lot of parts because a lot of things are dependent on each other and they're going to be underneath and they're sub parts. So I can move around a highlight here and make it look realistic and stuff. We're gonna get to that eventually. Complications. It just seems complicated. Everything with Vtube model making and stuff is actually complex, not complicated. And complexity is based on your own neuroticisms. Basically what it means is nothing really needs to be difficult. You just choose to make it difficult by having too many parts. So the goal here now is to tidy up the model. This means getting everything situated and composited how we want it, and then we're going to start working from there. Now, the goal here, you see, we have only 3 parameters here. Unlike a Vtube model, which has dozens, we only have 3 right now. We're going to have a few more probably, but they're all going to be physics. This will just be like, sleeve shakes a little left, right, up and down, you know? That's for a couple of like deformers for it, which is just going to make it flop around a little when the arm moves. And we just tie that to certain movements and stuff. But really what we're doing is, I say, let's rename these a little bit so we can call it, I'm not even going to murder these, angle X, angle Y. It's actually movement X, movement Y, because we're going to be doing a pin going up, down, left, right. I don't know if my, no, I didn't check. I don't know if my mouse can be seen on here because this is the window, so might not. So we're going to tidy up everything. We're going to see if we can make this look good. Now, first off, we have this bit. I haven't really named it right, so let's, we're just going to call it sleeve shadow on hand. That way I can kind of understand it. So I'm going to do here is masking. This is the clipping ID. Bam. It's disappeared, right? Now if I did another part, it disappeared entirely. That's okay, Quentin. Look, you're just show up. You're a nice person to see and show up on my streams occasionally. My goal is to entertain you. The VODs will still be there in the future if you miss my streams. Don't worry. Hello, Phineas. I see you show up all of a sudden. My random streams. You guys are like popping up all the freaking time. All right, so this is nothing more. You can see like the outside. You can see though, it only is on the hand, right? So the point of this is to create a shadow of the sleeve on the hand. And notice how dark it is. Now we just reduce the opacity. But it only is on the hand. So the hand kind of like moves forward or the sleeve moves with it all. Guess what? It looks good that way. It's one of the aspects I like to do with Vtube model making. You can see how that works on everything there on the hand. Because we just have it. So it's only appearing if it intersects with the hand mesh and position and stuff. So that's what that does. So right now we're just going to tidy up with some of the highlights and stuff. Let's turn off. I don't know how to say it. There we go. Turn off the pen. I can turn off the eye in the top left there on it, and I can just turn that off so we can just not look at the pen. Also, never forget that you turn off the side of things or you can't work with them. So now we just kind of tidy up things piece by piece, bit by bit. Let's start on the glove. We have the features of the glove here for like everything. That's going to be 100% the whole time. The only reason that's separate is so that I can have parts over and underneath it that are able to be worked with. See that highlight? So I don't know if I want to make it that way, but I might make it so that it animates a little bit less and more. I can also move it off and on. It's actually right here the whole time. I haven't made it masked yet, but that's just to look how it would look, you know? I could always get more on it. But obviously you can see we have an edge. So that would not be a good idea to go off it that way. But I could move it upward to move off if I wanted to and mask it. Just seeing what everything is, it looks like. So I might make it that if we have like a light source at the top, a representation of it, you can have things happen, and then you can orange patch highlight. Why is it at 58%? Did it come in with the right opacity? Maybe it did. Interesting. Anyways, we'll figure it out. Knuckle highlights. Knuckle shadows. What's... Oh yeah, I forgot. Most important thing I forgot about. I have fingers as darkness. Why do I have fingers as darkness? So that they can be, well, dark. Now, for the record, anything I've forgotten here, I can add back. I can add other parts in there. I can just go to File, open another PSD or any file, and just add in a part, basically. So, if anything I forgot or a shadow, I can always go back and get more. You see all the outsides and the little triangles? That's just because of all the parts we've got laid on top of each other. So we gotta look at things we want here. Let's go look for smudge. That's the things. Those are the things that are really darkening everything. So let's just knock those down at 20%. That's the heavy outline I got there. Put that down to 50. We're just tidying up here. Once we tidy up, we can start doing the animating parts of, which is the rigging. It's really not animation. Rigging is not animation. You set it for animation. An animation's a full movement. And rigging gives you these like movement directions that stack on each other and create the animations. Oh, go ahead, Quentin. Got the short up of Silent being taken off in the corner in rounds and exploding while screaming. Oh, it's great. He posted his too, but he didn't edit it and add in subtitles. You can spawn dummies in regular rounds. Huh. Interesting. I don't know anything about the dummies, honestly, myself. So that's the main color right there. Here we go. Base highlight. We don't need that being so intense. So it goes to animating. The whole thing with everything is movement. Everything that moves a little bit and shifting a movement makes everything believable. The more things that happen, the more things you believe. But you can also do animation with Live2D. This is where you go like you set up all the parameters and you start moving and you create an animation with it. It's fun. I don't know about form animation though. I've never done that before. Let's knock that down. I had such easy, simple plans for this. It just ended up being so rustically, you know, grotesque in a way. I wonder if that's a good idea or a bad idea kind of thing. You know, like maybe everyone else says like, oh, that's so good. And you're like, I hate my work. I hate it all so much. A lot of partial shadows work so good for a lot of things. This is where all the color goes. You can all see that everything looks confused because you got so many lines and stuff we work with. It's mind-bleedingly bad sometimes. That's what happens with Live2D animations. They get so confusing. You can see all the parts on the left and stuff. I'm trying to do too much, honestly. This is way too much. Way too disorganized, but it works great this way. You can make a great animation when you got a lot of parts, but God, the organization part is just awful. Why is that's going to be up with everything else? I need to separate the front to the back. Front goes under the back. Front goes under the back. Middle goes up top, I guess. Front goes under the back. Oh, you're Quentin, you're playing Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy? You have my condolences. Silent lasted one stream. I lasted a lot more. I actually kind of like it a little bit. I don't hate it. I tried Jump King. That was miserable for me. 10 hours and I just didn't feel like I got anywhere. At least with Bennett Bodies, I felt like I was making a lot of progress. There's a lot of motion. But when it came to like Jump King, it was like you were just getting the right direction at the right position, holding down the button for the right amount of time, and that was it. It was kind of fun in some places, but for the most part, it was just so... it's just devoid of hearing nothing. I kind of want to do the skating rage game, though, one day, where it's like, you're an office worker that's wearing rollerblades on all four limbs. I don't understand it, but, you know, it's funny. I've seen people, like, beat it in, like, a few seconds, practically. They're all those big things. All right, so... double check all these parts. So we got front and back index parts, and we're going to add deformers for them. We're going to call that for front index and back index. So I kind of split it off between two here, you see. Now, what did I do wrong here? Something... oh, let's back off a bit with that. I want to see, where did I... that. What was that moved? Why is that? Why was that there? Okay, well, we'll figure that out in a minute. The back shadow underneath is weird for some reason. There's ways around this. I don't remember it needing that, so I don't know if that's... We have it there for what, though? Not really serving a purpose. I'll turn that off for now. Furthest I made in getting over it was... After the cluttered boxes, at this one rock wall that I had to climb. That was a really angular rock wall. Yeah, I know about baby steps with Minute 40. I do not ever want to play that. It doesn't even look fun to me at all. I don't like that kind of stuff too much. It's too obsessive over it, but to me, I don't get into the big rage game obsession like other people do. Alright, so now we got back in front index. Going to be isolated differently. So we got 2 parts here. Isn't that? No, it's now it's 7. Now it's 7. Instead of 6 parts. But we still got to work on the transparencies a bit on it all. I'm only making about 50 for everything, honestly, too. Let's just go. Oh, I hit the button, didn't I? Yeah, I hit the button. Now he hits my head in there. Let me, that's what happens when I use, my keypad too much. There we go. I think O was for something. Okay. The orange. Did I do an orange? It was on a table that I jumped off with on a... I jumped off a table onto some rocks, and I had a lot of bad times getting through that. It's past the slides, past the cardboard, past the stairs, up around that corner, and then that's where I basically ended, as far as I've gotten for getting over it. Isn't that just a smudge? That was a smudge. Let's go with 50 for now. Might have to move the smudge itself at some point just to keep it with fingers. Shit underneath. We'll get up to 50. Oh wait, that's still removed, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Wrinkles stay normal, though, because those are already at a good point, usually. Though, if we're moving things away from that, they can be reduced because it's stretching out a bit, and so the wrinkles are less prominent. You know, past the furniture where you're... Oh, the orange on top of the table. Yes, that's exactly where I made it to. I know what you're talking about now. The orange on the table. The tiny orange. I think it was a giant orange for some reason. Yeah, Quentin, that's as far as I've made it. I did make a short of just missing there and screwing up so much and having a little bit of a breakdown. Oh, that's what this was from. I don't understand what this was. Now, this was here. I'll make that 20%. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. Didn't I hit it again? I hit it again. I don't have a return for when I hit the buttons to move my model in the wrong spot. I got to take it off my keypad. I use it for too much work now, you know? I need to get a Stream Deck or whatever they call it for this stuff. With too many numbers. So that's that. Get this to here and put this at 20. Okay, is that not as... I think I was just when I was trying to get both, but like separated them. I'll do that. This is the problem with doing shadows with separate parts that don't like go underneath and stuff. Whenever you're making a Vtube model, oh, must have been painful falling back to the start. Is that, yeah, Quentin? I think so. It's my meltdown. I think it's pretty funny clip because I'm literally so distraught. I just start mumbling incoherently. I think it's funny. Some people will probably like it. Probably some people find it annoying. But you'll see. How big is this again? I can utilize this, guys. So, this is not going to work. You can see that line right there? There's no way to fix that, right? I'm going to utilize it fully. But why am I putting it there? You're going to find out in a second. So, let's take the fingers. They're in the background. Minus 100. Bam, right? So, let's go with the finger bit. Where I put it? Underneath. We're going to call this for fingers then, because fingers is our set, right? We're going to put that for that. And it doesn't matter which one, because they're all work. Fingers. And we're going to make this 450. We have a shadow of the fingers from the finger now, right? So let me show you guys what I'm doing here with that finger thing. You see how I made that only for the fingers things there? We made use of it. With salvaging material, look at that. That's what happens. See that undershadow there? Only appears on the knuckles and the finger. The rule of Vtube models is this, though. Everything is only as important and good as it looks in the end. Let's get these big stuff get fixed up now. Let's see. Hello, Hansigan. It's showing on it. Yes, it's showing. Cool. Awesome. Awesome. You're the first person on Kick to talk in a while, so I had to make sure it's working on the chat. Quentin, the most difficult part. I certainly have an answer for that. The wheelbarrow just before the slide. Thank you, Hansigan. Thank you. Oh, have a nice day. Well, I think it's night now. It's less of the day, end of the day. We'll get this done. I'll feel so good. Let's see. Everything should be 50%. Makes everything look... We can manage it then. We can figure it out. Does it be tight, darker, or lighter? Make everything 50%. What was this shadow? Ah, it's more darkness. Don't need too much because we got the shadow from the glove or the shirt on it. Okay, that's the main bit. 500%. No, I want 50%. Hand highlight. That's got to be reduced heavily. That makes it look shiny. There we go. It looks like cloth now, or you know, rough leather finally. That's the goal. We're not wanting shiny, shiny leather. We wanted a cartoony... yeah. Words are hard sometimes. Let's make a thing for the cuffs and the sleeve too. This gives me the option to modify them separately. Let's call it sleeve body because it's the body of the sleeve, right? So I mean, look what I can do with this. Like, this is how animation works, like Live2D. I can stretch pieces like that. And if I improve the Bezier curves and stuff, you can change how it kind of like how much you're able to manipulate things by warp diffusions. Basically, it makes it more tight or not. Let's see, where is the thing? I need to make the... I need like 30% or something. Make it more noticeable. You guys let me know if you see anything like definitely needs like, oh, no, you should definitely work on that. That looks like awful. You need to fix that part. You know what? I'm going to copy the pen. Oh, you found a shortcut where you can't bonk quit, and I'm very jealous because I stopped my streams on that for now. I call this PinTube or pen work. So, anyone's really curious and see, this is what makes Live2D so damn good. Let's turn off pen 1 so we don't mess it up and stuff. So you see, we want it to look realistic. This is straight, right? But we're going in from an angle. Let me see, I want to make this. Let me get that back first. Shift so I can get it perfectly straight. One problem with Live2D is not being able to like recenter things for when you need to modify it. All right, so we have Bezier curve thing, or the warp diffusions, right? You can see you can do it up and top. We don't need it up and down that much. We're not squishing this thing. We are widening it, or lengthening it a lot. So you don't want to exceed 100. So 20 would be 100. So we're going to go down to 18. Try to keep it beneath 100 tells me. We are! That's what's going on here! So... I want to do that. See, let's see. You guys can see the actual work of Live2D here. It's me stretching and folding things a bit. So, fun fact with Live2D, if you guys are ever going to do Vtube, and for anyone that will consider Vtube modeling and making in the future, try never to cross in the wrong direction with the parts. Try to shorten the distance between stuff, but don't let yourself go to where you go on the other side of it and you're trying to like make it fit and stuff. It does not work well. Keep things as straight as possible. I should have kept the pin shine on it properly. I could have done a lot more with that. Well, we'll see what we can do without it. Again, I can't do much because it's stretching and stuff, so it's gonna be funny. Let's just stretch it here. I'm also gonna shorten this a bit here. It wasn't like a lot got done, did it? But it has been. Let's get another one going. We'll get this for another thing of it. I don't care. Get this first. We get this one with the. Okay, that's what's going on. I didn't think it was. So I was trying to get this to have a little under one here. I don't know why that was. Okay, I guess the child one is doing all the work. No, I don't want to. Yeah, don't show me the work. Let me fix it. I get a lot of problems sometimes with some of the stuff. Looks like that's getting in trouble too. You know, I should have done it. I see what I did wrong here. I should put a deformer on top of the deformer. That's what I should have done. That could be the one that does less. The whole reason I'm doing this is so I can do a bit of simpler squishing. And a little bit less. It gives us the shape we want. You see the difference between the two now? Now, if I could, I should have gone back and made the highlight of this pin separate. That would look a lot better. I could do a lot more with it too, but we're not going to worry about it. I mean, honestly, everything's so dodgy in the first place. But I can kind of like test how it looks. So the end goal here, what we're trying to do, is we're going to make this... The most important thing is going up, down, left, right, and then triangulation based on that, right? And then we're going to have it rotate on the pin tip for the arm, shifting up and stuff. So we can kind of like work the arm into certain movements and stuff for how it should be. We're going to figure that out. And then, if I can, I have another parameter for the fingers moving and stuff, and maybe the pen going more upward from down for drawing. Now, a trick we have with all of this for rotating, it's a rotation thing, right? So this rotates. It's a rotation deformer. And a trick we have is to have another parameter. It's going to call it rotation guide. Doesn't matter. And so we have it here. We'll have it for rigging here. It'll be like, this will just be what it's normally at. And we'll put it this of what we're going to try and get the pin shape to be in. Now, for those freaked out by what this is just, this is so I can straighten it and work it. This is working mode. This is where it should be. Working mode should be. Working mode should be. That's simple. You know what I should do even more than anything? Control A. Oh, like everything goes under. I don't care which goes under it. Warp deformer. Hand movement is what this will be. Okay, maybe it's not working as well. Oops, I hoped it would. Right. We will click on all the major deformers because they move everything to under it, so that's what you do. Full. Yeah, I just call it full movement, make it easier. Forget this at my... Needs to rotate. Almost was a boring segment for a while. There. Now we have this. Woo! We have the full movement. We can turn off that second pin first. No, okay. That's just a backup pin in case something happens to the first pin with all the moves, animations. I don't want to screw things up. That sounds not even here to hurt. Nice to see you, though. Nice to see you. Your name is a thing of fear for him now. I love it. Alright, we have warp deformer with full movement, and we are going to rig that into angle X and Y with 3 movements. Now, X is left, right, Y is up, down. So, what we do is we angle X, we move to the right. And then all I got to do is motion mirror it. Ta-da! Perfect movement. Perfect movement! But then, go to default so we can do it again. Now we do this. Now we have it at Y. That's the center, right? So we go from up. What happened here? Did rotation? Oh yeah, that, because rotation went to there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We can fix it in the end. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we got this. We're gonna go. It's all set for the zeros. We go X, Y going up. And mirror. Vertically. Done. Look at that. That's the animation, guys. What the? Okay. So we have problems with it too here. So we're gonna do this. It's like oh, Quentin slides back. Gonna be a dad joke fight here in a minute. So all I did was slice corners here, right? You'll see this in a second. Let's get this pin right back. So check this out. Angle X and Y is now grid. Look at this, guys. This is what we're going for. See? This is technically done. This is technically done. That's all you have to do, guys. That's all it takes for a Vtube drawing hand. That's all it takes. X and Y's. That's it. That's it. You're done. You're done. And it just follows your hand and draw, 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 scribble their name, and you can even write in cursive, technically. But that's it. That is it. It's not the end of the string. We're not done yet. We're not done. No, no, no. We're adding more. We haven't even added in physics yet. Can add another parameter for the creation of it for let's call it pin down. That's where we're doing a lot of the stretching and stuff. So we're gonna put this for an up, pin down. So first we'll let's do all of this instead of down to that point. That'll probably get the point better. We'll do it for this too. Because we're gonna make it fatter and stuff. I don't worry too much, because honestly, since it's all the way it is, you know. What I bet I can do is this. Oh, oh. Not too far. I got it for 6. Oh no, I hit the button, didn't I? Char says I'm small. Positioning constantly. Hit that wrong button, yeah. We can kind of like curve a little bit with that. I'm working with I never blur the pen. I might have to update the pen and bring it in. If I do the model correctly, with just updating the pen and just importing it, I can import the pen directly. What if I do this instead? We upward to it. Then we do downward. Stretch up to it. That's too much, maybe. Okay, I think that works. Yeah, I can pull this down. We'll do both. It works, but looks awful in a way. Probably because the so all this would be because of the meshing of it. I think. I don't even know which one's what. So if I turn that off, we can get a look at what's going on underneath. Because really, I'm not going to use pinhole. We're going to be using upper and lower for this for a lot of things. Okay, let's see. I feel like this could be a bit or something. I was hoping to try to get an effect that would look like it was. I can do the whole thing a bit better too. One of the big things with all this is you're trying to get your model to look realistic. Oh, Yotun, hello! I give you a lot of information and stuff. Unfortunately, I'm not a 3D VTuber. I'm a 2D VTuber. I make 2D look 3D. The character tracking for 3D is a lot more complicated. That's why a lot of them have hands and stuff and such, a lot more expensive equipment. And I think the whole 3D VTube tracking is much more complicated and different than like I utilize with like 2D. In fact, Live2D is a lot cheaper to get into with the 2D kind of models and stuff. If you know what you're kind of starting with and working with, if you make it yourself like me, it's incredibly cheap. Not to mention that the whole ordeal with a what is it? The camera type and stuff. When it comes to working with like Live2D in that regard, like an iPhone is the absolute best tracking device for Live2D type models and stuff. So 3D is a little bit different and all that. I know they got a lot of free things out there. Personally, I'm the 2D kind of guy. I do the artwork. I hate doing the artwork, but we do the artwork. I had to say it. This parameter sucks. Yeah, can't win them all. I think I tried to do too much movement is what happened. We will go back to that, and we will delete the parameter. There's all the movements on the second part. Don't have to worry about it. We can just go again with more. Now, Elton, if you're curious about how like the tracking works with VTube models, it's very simple. what you're using is a software that already kind of like understands movements you're making, and just all you're doing is a one-for-one trade and stuff. So like, how to put it? Me looking up is my model looking up. I just put the movement into it and stuff. I think 3D tracking is a little bit more specialized and stuff, and utilizes the tracking software itself with your own like positions and stuff. For Live2D and stuff, though, with these 2D models, it's a little different, but also a lot more simple. My head turning left to right just gives a number to the system of like head turning left and right. And I just go, okay, I'm going to say parameter angle X is head left and right. And then I do that. And I also have like angle Z. I set that to turning my head like this, like head rotate left and right. Like, you know, the circle rotation, not the kind of rotation. And as a result, we just track that into each other with Vtube Studio. But it's really about whether you're doing 3D or 2D, you know? If you're trying to do 3D animations, I think the problem is you're trying to do animations. I think with like 3D Vtube models, what you have is more of getting the skeleton set up, so it's more of rigging up the model to work. So I don't think it's animations. You can put animations into an already rigged model, but to have it track, you need it rigged. Rigged is basically just saying you set motion for it to equal other motion. But in 3D, I think tracking is just saying, or rigging it in 3D might just be like setting it to have the right joints and positions that the tracking software will animate for you. Because tracking software is just using the camera to like get shapes and motions out of you. And I think 3D kind of tracks a little differently. With 2D, you're programming everything in manually, which seems hard, but it's actually very easy once you understand it. Some of it's just more complicatedly insane than others. But yes, I don't know if that helps you or not if you're trying to do a 3D Vtube model, but if you're trying to do like a 2D Vtube model, I can definitely help you with that. But yeah, I understand the whole getting into the Vtube model thing. I'm 10 months in. I was dragged in, and the draggers have not debuted yet. Yeah. Anyways, let's try that again with the pen. Pinned down. Pinned down. Let's go with more subtle work. We don't want a lot. We'll go with a little bit. A little goes a long way when it comes to these animations. Keep everything uniform and even, too, is another thing. There we go. We got something. We got something. Look at that, guys. Look at it. Look at it. It looks like, oh, it looks better. It looks way better. It looks way better. Okay. Look at that. We got motion. Look at that. Look at that. We got motion. We got motion. It looks right. All right. So a big lesson about Live2D animations for those watching. You are not creating an actual animation. You are creating the end result of an animation. The program does in between. And you're not doing full animations. You're doing like tiny little movements. Like right here. For like, let's just take that grid out. That grid's got nothing to do with it. You see this little like, 9 grid for the movement of the hand, that doesn't really exist. That's just because it's different for each one going, but it just can represent it. You've got so many positions rigged in, it counts as a grid. But the grid itself doesn't mean anything. All right, so let's get this. Okay, so like for angle X, I'm not animating my arm moving left and right. I had animation for it just standing still, and I have it for the far end, and then I mirror it to the other far end. The program's doing the in-between. Right here, nothing I do. I'm just doing here, here. I could add some rotations and other things to it, and it will just fluidly go from one stage to the next. And that's the whole point of it. And then because I have up and down, and I have them connected, so if I do a little halfway and halfway, look, you'll have it in between here instead of over, you know, over here. So it kind of creates a grid. Well, I think that's how it works with 3D models there, Yotin. I don't really know. Because 3D is different for me. I do 2D. 3D is a different beast. I think it's all about tracking and having the model set up a certain way. Because I think a lot of the softwares and stuff are made to take it a certain way. It's got a completely different thing entirely. I mean, I don't know if it's harder or easier. I think they put more work in. Do they put more to model? I don't know. Some people say that Live2D is harder because I'm making an image look 3D. That's the part about that, you know, that's crazy and stuff. So 3D's got like more body movements and stuff, and you do hand rigging. You can do hand rigging with Live2D, which is something I've failed at many times, and I'm still trying again. This is just kind of a prototype thing to it right here, because this is just a drawing model we're doing today. Just show me sure. We got the pin looking like it's going down, so it's going to be like I move it to the side a little bit. Make it like go into place afterwards. Yeah, it's better probably to keep it in the right spot. So that's pen draw animation. That was going to be from mouse click. That's when we got it like a little bit there. Fingers will probably move a little bit for it too. So we got to rig more into it. Now the big thing with Live2D is the animations stack. That means if I move one way and I move another way, that's the whole thing. Like, so I can still do this animation no matter where the hand is. It's completely independent. But certain things like hand moving, there's 2 different hand movings. So it's going left or right, even if I move it up or down. And that's what gives us this whole stacked effect for the movement in the hand. We just do up and down, left and right. And I had the program do a thing called motion mirroring. I don't know if that actually shows up or not with some of the clicks and stuff, but it's that little triple drop down thing. It's a simple thing. I know it sounds complicated. I'm talking in riddles practically, but it's all very simple, everyone. We're just moving everything. This is how you get. This is all you need for a drawing hand. Next is just tracking. You just connect it for, you know, mouse position left, right, you know, Y and X, and it will draw for you as long as you get in the right spot. But of course, that's not enough for me because I've got problems. But anyway, it still matter. You know, before we work on the whole mouse click thing, which is a secondary benefit, we should work on physics. So, like, I've been trying to figure this out and all, like, just trying to think, right? So if the hand goes up or down, there should be a... We're going to add a rotation thing here. You're going to put it perfectly on the frickin' pin tip. Why? So I can do this! Woo! Woo! Now be wondering, why? Why the rotation? It's gonna be because we can then set it for a certain thing. I didn't want to do that here. I do. Another parameter. Rotation. I don't know if I need to do that actually. Actually, let's set this to. We're gonna set this to Y. That's not in the right spot. I want a pin to go. Drone's have it right in front of it, so. Oh, another problem. Never mind. That's fine. It should be under full movement. Okay, that didn't work either. Let's see. I should put that into full movement there. Okay, that didn't work at all. I messed up. Let's see. We should delete that. We'll put that to a. We'll call that full rotation. It's all organization. That's honestly all the work that a rigging specialist does with Live2D. It's all about the rigging in the end, about like get this stuff going. So the full rotation. Okay, yeah, okay, good. All right, that's good. Okay. We got it now. Okay, we got it. Perfect. Guess what the pin's gonna say. We're going to rig this into this. I think it should probably be the side a bit. And this will be there. We'll go to 0. Well, we'll get rid of that for it. It just needs to be between the two. So the whole idea is to make a realistic hand. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Okay, I need to go to full. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I just need to do this. So look, we got a rotating hand now. See the wrist? Because, you know, when I'm at the bottom, it's when it's neutral, and the top, it'd be more upward. Oh, what am I doing? I hit the wrong button. More upward, you know, right? But we're not done yet either. No. Now we're also going to hit it into angle X. Same thing when it's far to the left. We're going to make it. Oh, I don't want to do that. We're doing that. Why is it doing it full? I don't want to do that. I guess we can, though, you know. Maybe it should be more. I think I need to put it in the middle to get this going right. So I'm trying to figure out and just think while I move my own arm, like, which way it would go and stuff. So maybe, like, we go far right at the bottom. go like this. Make a little bit of a twist in the end there. We're doing top there. If I was going to my thing, it could be... maybe more this way. Actually, much more left because we're trying to get it at angle and stuff. Alright, we get to here, we will... remove. Alright, let's see what we got here. Okay, yeah, that's right. I didn't synthesize corners on it. So let's try to synthesize corners a bit too. So here we go. Look. We have a kind of a how we're trying to get a realistic kind of style. See? There's more movement than otherwise. The whole goal with Live2D is to have good movement. A lot of movement makes things feel more alive, and people ignore issues when there's good movement, right? Put the pen back on so we can see it better like that. I still feel maybe I did have done. Can't build too much of that. It'd still be a bit. That kind of swimming motion you kind of want a little bit, yeah. The anthesized corners to make it all balanced. I already said I wanted it to be more... It's irregular, but also looks better that way. It's irregular looks better, you know? Okay, I think we got this. We got working a bit better. Like a teacher kind of writing on it. We're trying to just track hand movement to look right kind of thing, right? So that's the thing. Now, it's time for animating the physics. Trying to decide here on some stuff, you know? The idea of physics should be a lot of things, right? And a lot of people show up trying to see what it's like over time, didn't they? All right, so the physics. That's what we're talking about here. Physics. The physics are different. It's kind of like how do I put it? The physics will react to another movement set, and that is what we're trying to do with this. So I haven't done the finger physics yet. We want them kind of squish a little bit. We want this to look really good with that, because then you kind of look like you're moving forward and back a little bit when you're drawing. So we're going to create a parameter here for, let's just call it sleeve physics. You know what we're going to do is sleeve physics X and Y. and sleeve physics Y. Now, I also have to do some other things later with like the angle up and X and Y to affect like the highlights and their brightness will make it look a lot more real too. We got to do that eventually. So we got sleeve X and sleeve Y. So we're going to go down to the sleeve bits. Now first I'm going to take sleeve shadow. I got the outline here. I didn't even affect that yet. I need to work on that a little bit. Let's go with 50% on that just to make it more soft. We can do something like, but I want to put that to be on the sleeve only. Sleeve main, there we go. Yotin, this is Live2D. This is your 99.9% 2D VTube creation software for like the animated VTube models. Not like PNG tubers, but like my VTuber. The all the professionals, everybody, they use Live2D like this. You can actually use this for free with some limitations, which for new VTube model makers I highly advise. Because honestly, it's not expensive every year either. It's like $70, $80 or something a year, but it like goes down $10 every year you're subscribed to them. So in a couple of months, I've got to pay another yearly subscription for slightly less, which is gonna be nice. It's a great program though. This is the premier everyone uses program for making 2D V2 models. It is Live2D. I use most of the work I've done for making V2 models is free stuff. The model I'm currently using is made with the Live2D free version and stuff. I'm working on updates, mind you. But it helps a lot to have no limitations and stuff. But the limitations also teach people what to do. But this is Live2D Cubism. Can we see it on the thing? Yeah, okay, you can see the top left. You can see the title of the program. But this is what all the big, like, your super hyper named VTube models and people are making, you know, your eye, your mouse. This is the program their models are made in. This is or animated in, not really made. They're made in a art program. I like using Krita because it's free and it's amazing to me. But this is the program they're all animated in, regardless. They are all animated in this. There are some free versions similar to this. I don't think they can even hold a candle to the free edition of Live2D. Because all you get in the free edition of Live2D Cubism is some limitations to the number of deformers, which are these little grid things that we use to manipulate shapes and everything. Well, that's a movement. You know, like, we need to find a good deformer just to show I like how it works. There we go. See how I'm stretching the part? That is due to the deformer. It lets me do that above multiple parts. I can move them around, stretch them and stuff like that. That's what a deformer is. You get like 30 deformers or something like that, which each one will pretty much be like a parameter. If you do a simplified model, it's very easy. The other problems with the Live2D free version is you only can have up to 100 parts. You can see I have a bunch because I overdo with the wrinkles and the separated shadows. You don't need to do that. You don't even need shading. Most people bake in their shading in the first place. I don't even know why they do that. You can't move it around for really good things. You'll see that later in a second when we really get into it. But the other aspects are the atlas, texture atlas. Let me see if I can pop that up or not. We're gonna make that I want to make a 4K atlas for that stuff. Let me see if I can get another window capture up for you guys to see the texture atlas. This is another part of making a V2 model. Window capture 2. Texture atlas. There we go. Bam. This right here, that's the texture atlas. All the parts are separated. You're basically making a Gunpla like model kit with your V2 model. That's what this is right there. So anyone thinking about Live2D models, this is the big thing here. You can move the parts around, and then you can like automatic layout, kind of like figure out. So you see how the parts, they got outside lines and stuff for everything. All your parts that you're using are in the texture atlas. So that's limited to the size of it. So your parts will be in a much smaller like picture mode. Basically, it's going to like rotate and position like all the parts that you're going to be using for your Vtube model. And it's going to be spinning them around and putting them places and other things. It basically is. It is a UV map, I believe. I believe that is the proper term for it too. The technical term. But we call it a texture atlas when we're discussing it with Live2D and Vtube models. But it is basically a UV map, I believe. I mean, don't quote me on that. I'm kind of stupid in some ways. I'm like half great at everything and half terrible the rest. Which is the same stuff. I don't know. It depends on my mood. Whether I'm smart or dumb with something. But anyways, as I digress about that matter, the texture atlas size will be smaller for the free version and those limitations. So you have basically a slightly, you know, lower UI, not UI, you're more pixelated, okay? That's the best way to put it. You're more pixelated and you don't have as much you can do to really like, you know, drastically change stuff and improve it and things like that. So that's the limitations of free Live2D. But learning to utilize those limitations means that you don't just go absolutely crazy with like your number of parts, your deformers. You learn how to like tighten up your model and stuff. You know, the more tight a model is, as in like, you know, you're not animating everything in its own thing. You know, like, oh, everyone can just fall under this part and move together. You learn how to like make the model move more together rather than just trying to be too much, right? But obviously you can see on the left here, for just, I mean, it's a single model, but it's still just an arm. It's going too much. I've done too much with this. Back to what we were doing with this now. So I set the sleeve shadow to be clipped with the main body, which would be this part. And the shadow is this part. Now, if you see them, they have different art meshes. I'm not bothering with art meshes being the exact same. Yes, Shoten. It's about being the savant nature. I can't do art unless I get possessed by an, like, driven idea. Like I like to say, like a dwarf in Dwarf Fortress. Also, I'm possessed, and I'll like disappear for 5 days and come back with the animation. That's where we get my background animation for. I'll show you guys something cooler too, quick. I get distracted when I do these streams a bit, but I kind of feel like it helps me be less what's the word? I feel like it helps me be absolutely less distracted by being more distracted. Let me try to get something here going. Okay, you guys can see this thing. I'll try to make it smaller. All right, so you see this animation right there. You see that? That is a Live2D model. The entire thing is a single Live2D model. I created it in Krita. I uploaded it to Live2D, and I animated this. Look at this thing. That's a model, everyone. That is the same model as my current V2 model. Technically, I could rig that to be a V2 model. The only difference between that and a V2 model is being rigged to basically intercept various movements that are detected by a camera that we call tracking. Basically, looking at your head movement to swivel. You could program any of those movements into basically represent a person's movements. But that is a video of a Live2D model. So really what it is I created a Live2D model. I rigged it in Live2D, basically. And then I animated it in Live2D. And I set it for a 10-minute looping video animation at 4K. But it's kind of like a... I need to what's the word? I need to re-render it. That's it. I need to re-render it because it's done on an old computer. And yeah, we're on a supercomputer now. We can actually render that easy. But that like took 12 hours of rendering every time with all these kind of like glitching artifacts. But that is also a Live2D model that I have made, created, and all that stuff. That just shows you some of the things of it. But I drew all the art for that over 5 days and animated it in half a day because I like the animation part. In fact, I'd be a lot faster with this if I wasn't doing a stream on it, probably. But but it's it's not fun. So we have the thing here for the outline that you can only see it when it's on the sleeve now. See that? Only on the sleeve, even when it's off. Now there's a reason for that. So I didn't care about making these have the same art mesh. I could have taken the art mesh of the sleeve and put it on the sleeve shadow, the shadow outline of the sleeve to kind of like make it work together. But I like a bit of a chaotic effect on these. So what I mean that is the errors that happen when it comes out of view and it kind of works into view a little. We have a really cool effect by it. It's, how to put it? I'm trying to think of words properly here for it. By having it not be perfect, it looks more real. Because geometrics and stuff is the realm of AI, and humans are about chaos. And the real world does not bend to math. The real world likes to throw so much at it that math is pointless. That's what makes everything great with art, like 2D. All right, so we're going to... we already got a deformer for it. We can put this to that. So we're going to go up and down. So what we got here is we've already done that. So let's see. What's a good number? 9 by 9. It's heavy. So you can see I can kind of move things around these little dots in the grid. But you can see everything outside the nearby grids aren't affected by it. Well, okay, some are a little bit. You got to really stretch it though, right? And that's because of the art meshes. Again, it's like polygons and structures of it. Now, the simplest way, if you're ever doing a Live2D animation, the simplest way are these little light green bits. These are the Bezier definitions. You can increase them more so you can affect only certain parts. And that will affect a more group part. You can see how it kind of like, it's like pulling it out in 3D, right? And that gives you more of a 3D look for it. So we're going to make everything kind of go up a bit. A little bit of movement on the top, but not much. Because we're going to put the weight at the bottom here. This is the bottom of the hand. This is the top of the arm. A little bit of gravity, you know. Try to see if anything looks like it needs a bit more tug. It does. A little bit more of everything. That makes it look scrunchy, you know? Now we can scrunch it a bit more in the other direction. See, see, it goes forward, you kind of have a problem, right? But I control how far it goes. So if I never go past it, you'll never see it. It'll never violate the art. Because we're setting the limits. We're setting the edge. This is the end of an animation, not the beginning. Oh, I missed. I dropped it. I dropped the thing. I clicked out, causing an issue. A little bit of movement does everything right, you know? So Vtube models work by parallax. Everything's animated individually differently. And that gives you the sensation that everything is alive in emotion. So we have this. So it's going to like bounce around a bit and stuff, right? Now, if I did different sections and had them all kind of work differently and bounce differently with randomness, the sleeve will look a lot more real. But we're not done yet, everyone. No, no, no. We did up and down, bottom. Now is forward and back. Even if it's just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just move everything. It's not about moving up and down here. It's about moving forward and back. Hold it back a bit so I can stretch it forward a bit more. I want to do a bit more stretching forward and backwards so that we can have more an effect on the glove and that shadow. Let's put this to it too. The cuff. This makes that perfectly static cuff look great, right? See, it's gonna stretch. Let me get some more here. Oops, don't want to grab anything. We'll stretch. It's not bad, I think. Everything in Live2D is about creating extra motions, and believe it or not utilizing them is another thing to do. So I can create a very large animation sequence for it, rig it a lot, do a whole like over bit. So I could be like, so let's say the sleeve goes up like this, right? See that? I can set it so, oh wow, I'm like, oh, that doesn't look that great, but it looks really great halfway. And so I can just set it halfway if I want to, and then we just push further for the full way if I want to though. but we're setting it to make it look, so I'm closing that gap. So you might think, oh, what if it goes out otherwise? Well, as long as I don't have any motions and animations that affect it to really like shift it out of the way, you can actually get occasionally with that, but you more so see it with mouth animations, and that's the problem. But otherwise, it should be fine. And also, we can always come back and tweak it. It's not a big deal. That's the fun part about it. Now, if anyone has questions in the middle of the stream, be sure to make sure you say them, because I will be answering them, because that's how we're doing it. So you got that going there. Something about that seems just a little too close for comfort. On the rib. Okay, I didn't want to get that. Got the red part. A little bit too close for the sleeve. I kind of also want to twist the hand a little without the sleeve. So I might make another kind of joint venture, rotating the sleeve to the hand with some stuff. I might put that to a physics set too, if we wanted to really kind of get something, and then we can kind of get like hand motion out of it. Then remember, I am over-engineering the living crap out of this, everyone. So do not fret if you are trying to think of it yourself. We'll do a video on this in the future on the simplicities of this whole project. Any questions for why, you can ask, so don't worry. And anyone watching after the stream can always ask on my YouTube channel later if you have any questions specifically as well. Also, check out my other videos I've got on this kind of subject matter. Am I going to watch Spider-Man Brand New Day? I didn't even know that was a thing. I've stopped watching a lot of Marvel stuff. Marvel and DC are... they're just too much, you know, just everything becomes everything, and it's a smorgasbord of everything together in a universe that just makes me wonder things, I guess. Becomes too much. I used to think about how cool it was as a kid when you had like the Avengers and stuff, and now it's like, yeah. Might be a bit much, you know. Something's wrong. Ah, I see why. I never quite rigged that to that, probably is why. So let's do that. We'll rig this up here as well. haven't watched any new Marvel stuff in a long time, personally, too. Not much going on in that regard. Alright. Let's get the size corners on these now. For that, and for this. And now we test and see how it looks for the rotational stuff. It's basically checking for errors and issues as we go along about it. So that's going to be for physics, so that when it is moving around, we can work it. The shadow is my doing. That's a separate part. That is another part I made myself. The reason it's a perfect shadow on the hand is we have it masked to only appear on the hand. But you brought this attention to me, and I'm thankful because I also forgot that it should also work on the thumb. Let's add the patches to it as well, because the patches are a little higher than. We don't want to have a light bit out of nowhere. And then we're going to do... Here's thumb. Thumb main. There we go. I'd forgotten about that. You call attention to that and it actually made me think, oh my god, I forgot a part. Oh, let's get that. Let me see. That is rotation. For anyone curious why there's pin rotation out of the way and it goes in the middle, it's just default, and I have it like this for working on it and this for moving it. You've not seen a single Star Wars. You know, I've seen a lot. I've known a lot of people like that these days. It was much more crazy many years ago, but now it's not so crazy anymore. I mean, there's more Star Wars out there, but let's face it. The Star Wars craze ended when Disney tried to remake some Star Wars stuff, and that just kind of like, Disney, like, really lost a lot of new people in, like, Star Wars. All people know about Star Wars is a bunch of crazy people yell about it all the time. Just, like, fight you to the death over a Wikipedia page on it. I should probably make it so it can do the edges, honestly, with the animation. I kind of feel like there's going to be some way I can, like, make this whole, like, range go past the page. Not sure. We'll figure it out, though. Tracking is going to be the test of this all. But even if this model fails, the goal will be that I could utilize... If it fails for, like... doing perfect stream like positioning for the mouse and stuff on the keyboard, it doesn't matter. I could use it for animations. Even though I don't have to show off where I'm drawing on, I can just draw, you can see it, stuff like that. Thoughts and thoughts and thoughts and thoughts are here for me. Yes! I must make the sleeve go even further with bending and stuff, I think. Yes. That's my thought. Got this rigged to anything? No? Okay. We'll take these two, make a sleeve rotation one. Yes, we'll do... wrist movement! Wrist movement! Whoops, forgot. I forgot to set this. Now, for those who don't understand, I'll tell you guys this. A very important thing for anyone also looking into Live2D to understand is when you take a single like part or deformer and connect it to two different parameters, you're basically exponentially doing it. I'll explain that in just a second here. So they're not quite stacking as they are over-connecting. What you're doing is creating a grid-like pattern. So, it's why they get 9 slots with 2 3s. So it's like, let's say angle X is ABC and Y is 1 2 3. Okay. So let's go for the first. So it's like you have going on the left, you know, middle up and down. Then you have middle up and down, and then the right middle up and down. And so you created a grid pattern instead of just 1 2 3 1 2 3, and they just kind of like work together on their own independent things. They are together, and that's what gives you this whole thing. Ah, you can do a dragon like that. Look at that. Look at that motion. By moving the arm instead of the wrist, you kind of create the aspect. Remember, the pin is the center point. But if I go against my logic, I mean, oh, we can just go like this. I'm trying to think. So it looks great. I can go against my logic and have the wrist going up and the sleeve going down. If I reverse my sleeve, I kind of get a wrist effect going up. I'm trying to think if I want to do that or not. Let's see. This was like down here. Okay, that does get the other one up there. What do you guys think? Animating. Woo! So, everything I've done is a rig, but this motion, everything here that you're seeing is, I'm testing, that's an animation. Animation is it all in motion together, creating complex movements. So I started drawing, I'm animating. Come on, even I think that's cool. Of course, I'm gonna hate myself. I'm gonna wake up with the artist regret. I don't know if you guys understand that. Artists and animators always hate their work the next day, and it's gonna be like waking up going, God, it's so terrible and hideous. Why did I think it was great? I said great things about it. But actually, like after like 10 days, it's usually when like the highlight, like I did something amazing. Look at it, and then 10 days later, they're like staring at it, going, Oh, it's so hideous. I can do so much better again, but that's also why artists and like animators get better a lot faster because of that. I do rigging, so it's a different thing than animation. It creates animation. I can animate them. I mean, you saw the background. I'm an animator, technically. I mean, I animated that background with my rigging, so I mean, I count as an animator, right? Rigging is all about organization in the end. That's all it is. Well, that's a close call, but it still works. Ooh, close call again, but it still looks right. We're checking for clipping here. Nope, that's not clipped out yet. So any space that I see that's not, the hand disappears and you can see like in between the models, not good. Oh, no, I didn't do it. So we got to change that there. So that's too far because we did that. It could be worse. We did okay, I guess. We're just gonna... Oh, that matters as long as we lengthen a bit. That's the problem right there. Okay, that's the problem. A little bit of weird shiftiness is fine. Animation will save it. Animation will save it. We haven't even started the shadow of the pin yet. That's going to be a fun thing to do. So the pin shadow is going to be relocated. All right, Jotun, thanks for showing up. Good luck with your own Vtube stuff. Hope you figure out what you're planning to do and stuff. You're just getting started. Hope everything goes well. I don't know anything about 3D stuff, unfortunately, so but I hope the general understanding of Vtube knowledge will help you, at least for the model creation of 2D stuff. That looks good. That looks damn good. Look at that. Look at that. You'll probably only see this much of it, but look how good that looks. It's all about just making it look good so that even if you have an issue with something, it will look good even when it shows everything. All right. Back to the basics. We got the sleeve mostly done, I think. See how everything's going for now. A bunch of people checking in for a minute. That 2 set people on kick the whole time. That's interesting to me right there. Probably just one person and myself looking at my feed, I think, is what it is. But who knows? Maybe I'm my only viewer, myself. Something weird like that? Who knows? Doesn't matter. I'm doing this all just to get my work done, and so that you guys are dragging along for the ride. Yes, so much going on, but we also have to figure out a few more things here. So let's address what has not been done. Finger movement has not been done. We've only done wrist, and honestly, this is all you need. As far as most drawing hands are done, I have exceeded what I need to do 10 times over. Oh, Jotun has joined us. Yes! Yes! Another initiate for the cult. Hello. Good, good, good. Thank you, Jotun, for the subscription and YouTube. Oh, no, it's on followed on Twitch. Right. Oh! Been talking on YouTube, followed on Twitch. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. That's number 30, I believe. Write a big 30-0 on you or something. Tattoo it on your foot when no one's looking. Don't do that. Don't do that. Tattoos are awful. They stick with you forever and you can't change the artwork. Well, I mean, there are some master tattoo artists who specialize purely on fixing bad tattoos. Now those are the greatest artists out there. Well, next to the guys who do the Yakuza tattoos, because that's a work of art, that's full body, and that doesn't look awful. I'm not a big fan of the sleeves that people put on all the time. It don't look right. Yeah, I don't do tattoos myself, just in case anyone's wondering. My mind would change. It's like I'd have art. I mean, imagine if you're a tattoo artist and you tattoo yourself, and like a week later you're looking down going, "Damn it! I should have used a different shade of chartreuse!" Or something weird. I don't know. It's been a while, so we're going crazy. Nips on your butt. I think I can think about what you're talking about. I'm going to pretend I have no idea what's going on with that. That horrifies me on so many ways. Oh, we're going to have late night funnies with this instead of me getting work. Okay. I'm getting lightheaded from laughter, and I don't need that after yesterday. In case anyone hasn't seen it, I've got a short up on YouTube of me shooting silent in rounds, and he's carried off into the sky abyss, screaming the entire way. And it killed me for 30 minutes. I laughed so hard, I got the hiccups. And it just, everything drives me mad. You know, that's my whole thing. But yes, Jotun, you're now a member of the mad cult of something. We haven't decided what we're a cult about this week or next week or anytime anyways. But soon, once this hand is finished, I'm going to work on personal animations and stuff for my model. And then eventually we're going to start working on the cult stuff, everyone. Don't you want to be a part of the mad cult? Let's change ideas. I don't know. We'll be like the mad cult of like Broccoli's deserve to be president for a while and then shift over to something else to, we believe that all wheels should be environmentally friendly and made of vegetables or something. I don't know. But hey, the best part of all this tonight so far is that when Jotun followed on Twitch, I got to see my little animation playing at the top for someone joining. It's the first time it's activated on its own. I tried this a while back and I could not figure it out because I was using stream elements and it didn't have a very good homogenized nature. So that's the first time we got to see the animation work. That's a little custom animation I made with Krita. Oh, it was a pain in the butt getting it. I need a proper animation program just to like learn other animations. Because I just use Live2D like this, you know, look at the hand. I get too giddy with the hand sometimes. But we got to work on another aspect of this now. Put that back. All right, so this is what we're doing now. You see that highlight? Way too bright. Get that from here. So we're going to make it reduce over here. So we're going to take the part, and we're going to affect the opacity to it. We're gonna rig this up with opacity stuff. Honestly, I could even rig up the sleeve shadow on the hand's opacity based on the physics. That would also be really interesting too. We could do that as well. We can even make it tighten up or something, and like it's shifting on it a bit. That could actually work too. So you don't have to rig by deformers. You can also use the parts, but you only have one part, right? The part is itself, so you can only rig it to so many parameters. So you kind of save that for opacities and stuff, and use deformers to move it around and shift it and stuff. So you can make another deformer for like the sleeve shadow for that, and one for just the opacity. And then if the deformer is on one parameter and the part's another parameter, you don't have that cross section of the 3x3 grid where it's 1 ABC, 2 ABC, 3 ABC. It's just 1, 2, 3, and ABC, and they completely bypass each other. They don't merge into this amalgamation of 9 points you have to worry about. And imagine if you had more than that. Imagine you had like you did a lot of points, just like points within points, like checkpoints between all the checkpoints, and you had like 8 points on it, and then you had 8 points for the top. Now you have 64 freaking points, if not more. It's a multiplication table. 8 by 8. 8 happens 8 times. So that could happen. So let's look at some stuff. Maybe I should start adding a little light on top of the sleeve to go up to the top too. That can also be done. I can add that in post. We can add that later. We're going to have more parts later. That could look really good too. Blue highlight. There we go. Rigging it to this. And we're going to... here we go. Bam. So, 100%. And we'll go down to 20% with the light. And we'll go to orange highlight. The same thing with that other orange patch. And we'll rig it to this one too. No, I hit the buttons. I hit the buttons again. My model got shifted off. I hit the buttons again. Stupid me hitting numpad stuff. So interesting thing I found, some of you guys might find this interesting for those who are considering becoming VTubers. I noticed that when I had my head just like this, and like, you know, you can see all the features a lot better, it's a lot bigger. Performs way worse than when I have it in full, like, upper body. People don't like just seeing faces. I guess it creeps them out or something. Now behold this. Highlight less. Highlight less. Highlight less. Let's make this 40% over here. Right? And we'll make this 40% on this one too. I think that's too bright though up there. I mean, it works in some way. It's just too bright. Too bright, everyone. Too bright. 6-0. Yeah, I like the blue highlight a little less too. I think I already had it reduced. I must have not done something to it or something, but we'll have that reduced as well just because. I didn't hit the right buttons today. Okay. There. Okay, the problem we have here is we have this middle area. We'll get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that middle area. Blue, and we're going to make it just a 2-point. Because it doesn't matter about the middle. It's not, it doesn't have a middle point. It has an upper point. So we're basically creating a grid without a center kind of thing. But the center will exist because of that. So don't worry. It'll work. It's just a 2-pointer. You know what might look good? Let's see. Where do do I have the thing, the ability to modify the background? I had something for the background. I had something for it. Where was that? I feel like I had some way to modify the background color. I don't know where it's at right now. Right. Oh, okay. It was too big on screen or something. I think I had a weird effect. Maybe was it better that way or before what? Try to see it on the stream here. Okay. I see what's going on. It's my Windows tab. I can't see under there. Let me just switch this back for a second. I can change that to a darker thing. Okay, that's not what I meant with darker. I wanted the. Is that pointless? Pointless. This is the grid there. We got reduce a little up here to down here. What I want to do too is also add in some X modifiers, where it goes 10 points lower in the highlight to the left to make the highlight start from the top right. Makes more sense of things. It makes it interesting and stuff. We're just adding depth. That's all we're doing. It doesn't have to truly make sense. It does give us a quad point to it, but it doesn't matter that much. We have X here. So we're going to make that 70 points. And we go down to here. And we're going to make that 30 points now. 40, 30, 40, 30. So now we have even less. Let's see. Where is the orange highlight? There we go. Okay. So we're going to do that for this too. So everything's normal here, and we go to left, and we're just going to decrease it by 10. And so now we have this effect. Let's see if we can get it right. Oh. I know it's a little jarring because of it and all that. There's a way to get the frame rate higher with it. Of course, this is just in the testing, so the frame rate probably for like Vtube Studio would be a lot higher. I mean, it's not bad. It kind of looks like how I would draw. Which is fine. We're just getting the highlights going for that. So let's see if I should do it with anything else. We got the system for the with the patches there to figure it out. What I can also do is move the highlights a little bit off, you know, move them a little bit. And I feel that would also help sell it a bit. We'll make a different highlight thing for it. We could also just move it. Not to worry about anything else doing in movements. We've already got it rigged into it for a 4-point. I mean, it's 2x2. And a 2x2 is just 2x2, which is the same as if they were completely separated in the first place, which makes it kind of fine. It's multiplication in the end here a lot. It's all yes. It's supposed to be rigged onto the blue. And orange patch will only appear on the orange. Now we can't make it go more to the left. We're going to make it go to the right. A little odd, awkward isn't going to hurt either. That should have a bit of a movement to it. We're highlighting there too. There's a little bit of a shift. These little subtle movements might not be detectable by most, but for the most part, it's going to do something, you know? I know it's overkill. I know. And that's why I'm doing the model this way. I'm not sane enough to do it normally. Good Lord, I'm not. It's never about being normal. Yeah, it's all about being something different, something that no one else expects me to do. And also, it kind of gets me clientele one day. So drawing this would have taken forever, but you know, it's like the modeling is just so much more fun. I just love this part, guys. I love it. I can't. The other bit is neurotically being forced to try to make something good that I can use for parts later. But this part, I freaking love it. So much more than I should, you know? It's a great thing to do. It's just what I like. I enjoy this stuff so much more than I should. So much more. No. Stop thinking those thoughts, you. Stop thinking those thoughts. We could do that. Yes, we could add more to it. Yes, what we got here? Hello, Layla, right? How are you? We're doing animations today, finally. Don't mind me. I'm, in the corner getting ideas that I shouldn't be working on, or this thing will never get done. Well, I mean, it will be because it's animation, but let's just say, I don't need to burn out early. We're so close. We're so close. No, seriously, I might burn out on this. This is going to my head, and it's everything I wanted. That is good to hear. I am just here rambling Live2D tips while also working on my animation. A crothed frog? I have no idea what that means. That is a word I've not heard before, and I'm uncomfortable finding out. What more needs to be done here? Oh, we could do that. Yes, we could. Should I do that? Yes, you should. Don't do it. Yes, I will. I don't care. I can't tell myself what to do. More of this, yes. Ideas and thoughts is coming to me. Everyone gets to see the dark side of myself today. Because I don't care anymore. We're just doing what we do. Keep these more simple. They're not going to be as noticeable. Yes, right. We don't have to worry too much on these parts. Yes, no one's going to notice anyways. Don't work so hard on it. That's right. Oh, crochet frog. Yes, neat. Well, I mean, come on now. It's just that's just the darkness speaking within, or actually, it's more the mumbling of the ramblings. Okay, doesn't matter. Whichever me is speaking at the time is that way. There's no normal stuff going tonight. Just know that. I should do dark. Maybe I should darken that. What if we did that? Yes, what if we did that? Yes. Let's try it. Go down. Go to 70%. I wish you could get the smudge. Yes, yes, the smudge will do it. With the, no, we'll do the outline. Yes, that'll do it. Yes. Go to 50. Cooking and drawing, cooking it well done. What you got today? Oh, I should do that too. Yes. I should do that too. Do it here. We'll do that one. Go here. Go down to, I don't know, 30%. That's 50% fast. Darker. Oh, you got 172 likes on a drawing. I don't think I even have a YouTube short with that many likes. I kind of want to check. What's the most likes I've gotten in the video? Well, at least for shorts. Let me see here. My most liked video. What was I got the likes on that one? Let me see that here. Let me hit somewhere. Where's the numbers for that? What can I see the numbers? What's going on with that? Just see it here then. What was it? Why is it not showing me the likes? It used to show me the likes. Oh, there we go. Ah, 68. It means you're getting seen. So another thing you should know about like drawings and social understanding and stuff and being seen, the more times you get seen with some good numbers of likes and views and stuff, the more likely the next one will be that good as well and have more likes and views. Everything's run by algorithms these days. So like if you got like 172 likes today, you make a better art piece that's more eye-popping tomorrow, you get even more likes based than the other one. It kind of like jumps up. It's kind of like the more well-known you get, the more likely people like stick around to click on your stuff, like it, etc. It's like it's a uphill battle for some of us content creators. Okay, let's see. What do I got to do here? I'm starting to trail off a little bit mentally. Of course, I always trail off. If I don't trail off, am I still trailing? Because I'm never on the trail in the first place, so I'm always... Am I a trailblazer or am I just lost? Who cares? As long as I don't admit to it, doesn't matter. Well, I mean, your content creation is pictures right now. You might become a content creator with some stuff, you know. Never know. You get there eventually, probably. If you're already making images for people to see, you're kind of a content creator. Content creators create content. Depends on the content. Pictures kind of almost content, because we use content usually for the video making and stuff. Kind of like streaming is not technically content creation, but it kind of is, you know? But then again, I do have the VODs for it, so that doesn't make it content afterwards. Or is it not? Because it's not curated, so it's not really content. I'm just putting out streams in the case, just dropping there. But what does it actually mean and matter at the end? I don't know. I don't. I don't think anything's showing up yet. YouTube can kind of be like slow with that stuff too. Now then, what am I trying to do now? What's my current project? I do that, I should darken the finger. Yes, the index. What is that? No, that's not the right one. This one, yes, that one. We should make that part of that. Yes. We'll make it slightly darker to, I don't know, 50. Found 12 lizards today. I like finding lizards too. I find a lot myself all the time. My biggest problem is when they try to get inside my house. They're gonna die somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping they find some way out. But my lizards are geckos at this point. And they live on my back window. And they wait for me to open the door to rush inside. And I have to like work my tail off trying to get them out. Or I worry about what fate will befall them in the future. I'm just going to assume they find their way out somehow, because I don't see them afterwards. Otherwise, I would absolutely catch them and throw them back outside where they can survive on their own and stuff. I like lizards, too. What should we do with this? Yes. Okay. What was that stupid thought I had? Should I do it or not? No, don't do it yet. It's not time yet, yes. This one? On this one will have... What's it, I guess? That works a bit. Normally you do a rotation with these, but why bother when you don't quite need to? If you don't do too much movement, it's not a big deal. So let's see here. Let's see what we got here. So we just move a little bit up, a little bit more there. With that board, go up. There we go. Oops, I don't want that. We want that with the next spot. There we go. Behold the finger movement. Well, we're just doing like a slight motion. Because it's going to be like, you know, your hands twitching, right? You're not really moving a lot when you're moving your pen just a little bit. Just got to make it look right is all. Too much there. That's all that animation really is in Live2D. You're just trying to make sure it looks correct. Of course, also, I can also make it change more. You can also use this to modify things more realistically beforehand. Well, I get this working right. It'll look good. So I think it's a little bit odd here, though. Behold, a little bit. It's a long way, but I feel like I'm missing out on it a little bit. This is the weird part of Live2D animation. I get everything to work right and look correct. It's hard. A lot better though. You want to take more parts too, slightly a lot of stuff, because otherwise it just looks fake. Still feel it could be a little bit more. I guess, yeah. Now my only question, I got my own pen here, and I gotta think, is my thumb above or below? Which one's where? I think the thumb would be above a little bit. Based on just how I hold my own pen a bit. And so we take thumb. We can make all of this. +1. I think it would let me, for whatever reason, or wherever. But what will not let me do more than one? Okay, let's do those. How many will let me do? And when does it stop letting me do anything? Okay, that one will let me do. I see. Okay. Then all the hand things has to be that way too. Oh my god. I see. Idea. He doesn't have a guy to it. Let's see here. There's a button for it all. I believe all of this is 500. So I can take all of these, and I can go to modeling. What is it? Parameter? Settings? No. It's not the right one. What do I want to pick to put to it? There's something here. I'm trying to remember here. Multiple keys editing. Okay, all of that. We're not doing opacity. We're doing draw order. Or yeah, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it 550. Make a nice large. It gives you range to go under and everything else, and we can just bam. Everything's 550 now. Now we gotta do sleeve 550 or 551. 600. going to do all of this except cup underside. That doesn't need to be worked because that's got to be under everything. That's what's going to give it the understanding. So we'll do parameter again. We'll keep editing, and we're going to draw order it to 5. Oh no, we're going to make it 600. I hit the buttons again, didn't I did. That's my hip away button. Again, everyone, remember, don't you be like me. Do not put your put your hotkeys on your numpad while you do a lot of work with keys on your numpad. Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, so back to what we're doing. 600. Who knows how often I've done that? Pen stuff. All right. Well, this is why we did the pen under and over stuff, didn't we? Oh, it's too low. Oh no. I wish I could do a draw order so it's under one and over another. I was planning to cut it off at the front, but apparently that's it's too low. It's too high up. That's a problem. And I don't want to modify it or alter it. Well, that defeats all of that. We're just going to make it above the fingers. Better to not have the best thing ever than to, well, panic over everything. $650, or to make it $650 with that. Let's move that somewhere. We'll put a. We're gonna give this work for her. Pen shadow. I'm going to do something else with that, I think. Alright, pin shadow has to appear on the hand bits. So, and since we're doing it over and under and like weaving it incorrectly, all you have to do is set it to the ones that it can actually appear over. You know, anything like that it's going to the main bits, because everything else is on the main bit, so it doesn't matter too much, right? Oh, I'm right. I need to do it that way too, don't I? Because we have fingers underneath. So, there's going to be a couple of pin shadows. Pin shadow fingers. And pin shadow sleeve. This one will go for fingers. There's a reason we're doing this one. You'll see in a second. I'd be neat for that too if the sleeve does that. So, cuff and sleeve main. So that's got that. We want to move it a little bit back for lighting effect. Check this out. Let's go anywhere. Shrine. They can't be there though. Ooh, Yes, okay, right. That's gotta be under the sleeve. $560? What is fingers at? 400? The fingers have got to be, maybe like at 410. Maybe, ta-da! We have it working, okay. So, the fingers one should be working there, and also be a less bit. Let's put that at 50 opacity, or we're gonna make everything about 50 opacity though, honestly. Yeah, maybe I might just leave it at 50 opacity so it can be visible. You can see this where it normally be, but we're gonna make it down here. Because the fingers are at a lower point, the light is shifted. And that curvature of this to here makes it look more real. Also, ooh, maybe I need to make that a little higher. I'll put some rotation to it too, be nice. Now I'm having other thoughts of stupid things that should be done differently and better and more correctly. Yes, I think I have ideas here. Cuff. 700. Now we're going to take the cuffs. Except for the underside. I don't really need to do that. So, we got to make this thing. Just want to make it more. It has 610. Make it. That way it's above the sleeve stuff, and we can take the sleeve shadow we now have and make it we'll make it 605 or whatever, 605. Get rid of cuff. And with the cuff one, only do cuff. Check it out. These shadows are going to be completely different kind of thing. Don't want to make it too close. Now another thing about this one is we got to make this also. You're gonna be closer. Don't make it too far, right? Let's make that 30, and we'll make cuff even darker at 65. There we go. So now when the sleeve shoves forward or something, we've got a bit of a connection to it, right? Try it out. That looks good, right? Doesn't matter if it's a little longer or off and stuff like that. I was going to do an upper and lower shadow stuff, but it looks like we just managed it with just this, I think. I did not remember to blur the outside, did I? Oh, I did! I think I messed with the point or something. I must have alt-tabbed it or something. Or I used a different version of it to, do something. It's fine for the most part, though. We get it working. We can always update it later if we want to. It's fine. With my index stuff, we want the. This needs to be darker. Period. There we go. That looks good, I think. Alright, what's happened to the thumb? Or, yeah, thumb. Thumb highlight. Thumb highlight. What is that thing doing? It's excessive. Let's go to 40 down at least. Well, we'll connect it to Y as well. Knock it down to, let's go 15. That thing's right. Okay, we'll create new parameters for fingers too. Fingers is X, and I didn't want to create a folder. Parameter. Fingers is Y. Even if it might not be too much of it. We're just doing a little bit of movement anyways. Let's, finger warp. And then we'll do another one with this. We're going to do another thing for that. We'll do this one. There we go. So what we're going to do here is a... Oh no, I don't want to. I want to select everything. There we go. For that Bingerson case. And I was like, it's a good idea to get the highlights on certain parts to be set up for that so they don't have issues. Yeah, it's a lot of the tight bits going on for a lot of people who might be tuning in at this point or looking for excitement with model making. This is the excitement that goes on. Let's see if I can get a synthesized. No, I don't want to do that. I want to synthesize corners. There we go. We can lower the mission to it. Like, get a physics to that. See how it kind of rotates a little bit. Physics. Physics. Yes. More physics, more better. Look at that 40. That's just a little too bright, in my opinion. And we're going to, as many things, we're gonna set the knuckle highlights. To Y. Half set half. What do you guys think? Come on. That's not bad, right? Come on. Can't be half bad. I'm hoping it looks even better when I draw and stuff with it. What do I think here? I think maybe if I stretch the point a bit. Yeah, I could do that, couldn't I? Let's do a weird thing here, everyone. We're going to do a height effect on the highlights on the top of the hand because they just didn't look right to me, and I felt like it easily fixed so much of that. Also, I didn't really work on the highlight of the hand at all, did I? Let's see, the hand highlight. The one that makes it look like it's plastic. Let's get that going first. We'll go from 70 at top. Put that to Y. We'll bring that to 35. We want the light to tilt the top light. Now, it's not a necessary thing to do, but when you have shifts of light in animation, it really makes things alive. Alright, so before I forget, blue, no, we're going to do individual, okay. Warp, blue highlight, and we'll do a warp orange highlight as well. Remember, we have these set for their patches. That's the whole point for it, right? So, what we're going to do, connect this thing to it. So, it's going to get, of all things, wider here. Because we can't get shorter, because then it just kind of goes weird. So now it kind of shifts away a little bit. So now as it looks like it's moving away from the light a bit. And that kind of works on it a bit, you know? So that works a lot better for moving light, which I like to do. I could do something with like the highlight, like the shadow of the pin when I turn it on and stuff. So the thing is too is like, so we got the animation going for all the hand stuff. Did the fingers need to move a little bit? But the problem is, remember, middle of the pin, this is where the point is. This is the center of the model, is right here. Dead space on the left, models on the right. But we're just moving around with the pin to make it look good, right? Okay, I'm starting to think we might actually have it done for the most part. Now that's just the main bits, right? Right. It gets different. It gets different. One of those edges softened that I think with when it comes to the gloves too. Now these aren't being put with anything. We're just trying to. It's a pain trying to work them with the stuff we have too, you know. Go with the 40. Maybe go highlight the 40 as well. I want to stand a little bit for knuckles and such. Just a little bit of texture, really. Doesn't have to look right. Just has to look good enough. That's all it's about, anyways. Ideas. These are really good wrist wrinkles. We're going to add Now, I would normally use a rotation deformer to move it around, but the warp deformer is bad for moving things on the side, right? It's a bad idea. That's why we're going to use it. Why? Because it kind of shrinks things and puts things in place. So if I have a warp deformer for this, we're just going to call it for wrist wrinkles. Is what it is. These are wrinkles on the wrist. Okay, it's not showing well. No, this is what I want. There we go. I have these wrinkles on the wrist to kind of like, you know, look right and good and stuff, or the like scrunching up near the wrist of a leather glove. So what we're going to do here is using this kind of basic deformer to horribly twist it. The only thing, why would you do that? It's just there. A little bit of movement doesn't really do a lot, but that will also give us a little bit of zoom in and out, like the wrinkles are scrunching out more and stuff. So going to make it a, let's go triple here, and we can really get it kind of. And we'll motion mirror it. And now we don't want to motion mirror it because it's not vertical movement. We're just going to rotate it. We'll just keep it like that. We don't make too much of it. But I just want those wrinkles to have a little bit of motion to them a bit. Keeps the glove look a little bit more less static. Darn it. I want to move those too. Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it, you dratted pretty little thing. Yes, we'll do it. We'll do hand wrinkle. What? Oh, that's two? Two. Warp deformer, yes. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll put it here too. We'll just give a slight movement. No, we'll just stretch it a little bit. That'll be enough for that. Look, these little tidbits I'm doing are absolutely, positively unnecessary. Beyond words. Beyond words. They're completely unnecessary, right? But we're doing it. We'll go take these and just put these on to a hand, just in case they stretch out somehow. We don't want the issues to happen, do we? No, of course we don't. Should do it with the other one too, shouldn't I? Maybe the smudges as well, just in case. And that too. And that as well. And that as well. We'll make all of these just pop properly on the handmade merge. There we go. This just keeps it all safe. We can always come back and alter this anyways. It's not like there's a big deficit for a lot of stuff. The small animation for the pen going up is important as well, because it just means mouse click, and we want it small. Simple and small, but look at the animation we got so far. That's it. Now we have to go into another workspace to do it. But we're going to get this here. Where is that? Okay. Let me get another window capture up so you guys can see. We're working on next. Right. Window capture 2. And there it is. Got it. Okay. There. I haven't worked on physics in forever. Oh yeah, we gotta put this to the rotation guide is important for a lot of things. And we can replace the pin without having to work on the hand at all, you know. That's a good thing about it, at least. Look at that, though. It's not just basic. This is more advanced stuff going on. All right, so what we're gonna do is everything is based on X and Y. Everything works on X and Y. We've already gotten Z kind of into it a bit. Let me see if that. I had to get that up for a second. Okay. Let me get the window capture to go. Oh yeah, I must have said it wrong. Anyways, get rid of that. Have another one properly. Okay. So, there we go. We'll be able to see it working a bit, right? Did I force you to look at me? Look at my hands! Haha! I mean, you probably didn't the whole time. So, let's see what we got to do here is, oh yeah. I add a group. We would just work sleeve. Input preset. I don't know. Body input, I guess. 10 divided. I don't know. Of course, you couldn't find body input with that. I didn't put any body in there. It's only angle X and Y. And the output will be adding sleeve X and Y. I don't know how that works. It's supposed to be. Okay, output's there. Input's supposed to be with any. Okay, I forgot to put those to 100% each. Oh, I guess I got to put them at 50% each. There. We don't need that much of it. Delete, delete, delete. Delete, 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 delete. We can do 3. You can see kind of, honestly with physics, I mean, there's a science to it. I don't know it. You don't have to know it. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to do now was base it practically entirely on each. Let's delete that. And we'll delete the Y. I mean, they should stack with each other, right? We'll see how it works in a second. Duplicate. Sleeve 2. Okay, sleeve 2 will be angle Y, sleeve Y. It should work better now. Why can't I... Normally... can move it better and stuff. I don't know what's going on with it. It's going back to mid every time. Uncertainties on this. Why is that off key? You know, I'm going to restart these things. I don't trust them at all. Something's off about it. Something's off about these. So let's delete them. Now we can move around properly. Okay. So we'll add sleeve X. No presets. We are doing it ourselves manually. Angle X. Add a pendulum setting, okay? We'll add a few more there. I will add sleeve X. Then we'll add sleeve Y. We'll add 3 pendulums and we'll make it angle Y to sleeve Y. So now we just work on how we want to make it work, right? If I'm doing both kind of the same, I'm probably like, you know. See, a little bouncy though, you know? We don't want bouncy. We want to kind of like better convergence, maybe? For the bottom one then. This way I kind of get like the thrust with thing kind of works a little bit. Go to number 2 on that one too. We'll do 0.5, then we'll try more and more, you know. That's all physics is. It's just bounciness because you've said it like that, you know? Might set that for 20 and I'd set these to 5. Maybe I'll get a lot more bounce out of it that just stops quicker or something. I'll see if I can translate the other settings that makes it work right. I think I forgot my, I forgot the, wrinkles on the cuff bit. Probably got a low priority or something. I gotta put it to the, above the cuff. Put that down to 10, it looks better. Let's go to sleeve X and do the same 10. It's unnatural a little bit, kind of like it just shakes. Kind of want like, I'm gonna do 4 for that. Let's do 4 everywhere. I want to see, because, you know, cloth kind of like shifts, but it's done. Four. Maybe making it a little bit more reactive will do it. I kind of feel like I should just make it like really take a long time to converge. Maybe it'll make it even better with fast reaction time. Then we get kind of like a 5.5.5. Let's try this. It's kind of more right, yeah. That's a lot better. Physics is looking a lot better now. I think it's going good for that. I think maybe it was checking around still. Not too many, but we got some stuff going on. Let's see. I really want it to swing, though. You know, I really want to make it full swing if I can. How does I make it 20 for the top? What is that? This is just it. 50 for the top. I'll do 50 for the rest too, because I can. They go down 20. What if I do really long on the bottom one then? 200. It's extreme, we can tell how it works. Go for 10 at the top then. Let's just go 11. Makes it easier to type. It's kind of working, actually. Might be too much. Maybe a 60 would be better for them, I think. Gotta learn the physics better one day, and that'll be better, you know. What did 100 do for that? Yeah, it goes up further. Might need less for the up-down, because even though, you know, it's got more of what you would think, it doesn't have the best impact of some stuff sometimes. What was convergence for? Oh, yeah. If I get... Let's try 2 convergence with that. Let's try making the shaking 0.5 now. To me, cloth is about, you know, when you have a shirt and stuff, it's just kind of there. Let's go for that with sleeve Y now. We'll see how that works. It's a lot lower. I mean, shaking influence starts at 0.95 and goes to 100 kind of thing. So it like, yeah, it's a huge difference of not moving at all when you do it wrong. I'm going to 0.8. And we got everything else kind of like butchered down. Okay, 0.9 then. It basically, the shaking depends on how easy the stuff is to start. .95. We're gonna start at 0.95. I think that's the reason it's 0.95 normally. I don't do a lot of physics because a lot of stuff I have doesn't need physics, but it helps to learn a bit, you know? That's what this whole operation lets me do. That's pretty good, actually. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. In fact, maybe we go with a convergence of 0.5 on this. Don't see how this works, because it's already seems to be pretty, you know, good looking for the most part. I like it. All right, so we have this. So that's pretty good. So that's that. we might actually be done for the most part, I think, if not done actually. Remove that background capture. We don't need that anymore. So we got the physics done. That's pretty much it. Next is just tracking and stuff. I don't know if I need to, you know, really stream the tracking and all that because, how to put it? The best way to put this tracking. Oh dear. Just now noticed that the bot sites have gone from com to org. I must stop them somehow. Thankfully, the name of the site was, I've already set to hold. Got rid of it. So it never appeared on the messages in the stream. That's nice. So, anyways, next would be just identifying small little tidbits we missed. Nothing more. Let's see. For instance, sleeve cuff. Cuff wrinkles are too low. No, they're good enough. So that'll work well, and we'll just leave it as it is. It looks fine, I think, and I don't think I need to over-engineer any further because thankfully I'm getting too tired to let my mentality take over. You see the rotation there? We delete it after it's in rotation place because we're not trying to. We got it good. It looks good. This one's all... Was it circular? Did I use anything for that? I don't remember how I did the pen so much. That is replaceable if necessary. We have kind of gotten the blueprint for it, kind of thing. We got the hand motion now. That looks great. The final thing to do is... well, export. Well... first, maybe I should save it. And I'll save it as a hand model. And then we will export for runtime. I think it's MOC3 file. Forgot the texture atlas. Right. Right. We're going to make that 4K in my 4K because why not? I don't think these are... Let's just say, let's get rid of the things we don't need now. Okay, we didn't get any more of the other pen and stuff. We don't need that. Okay, there we go. Now we can do the texture atlas correctly. Let's see. I need to get another. I'm having trouble with it here at the moment. It's not a big deal, honestly. Making a second texture atlas. I don't really need to, but we are just to keep it simple. So I'm doing a dual texture atlas. That should be it. We have... I'm gonna save a bit. Don't need to forget it, right? Export as runtime, MO3. I believe that's correctly. Haven't done this in a while. Let's see if that works. Okay, I think that's got the model. Alright, so, next is just really tracking and all that, and, don't know if I really need to do that now, or you should do it later, or I should do it off stream even, you know? There's not much to it. We're just putting the X and the Y's together, and the mouse clicks, and it's just really setting it to there, and just fine-tuning it. So I don't really know if it's even worth mentioning at this point, you know? So, let me see. Gotta open my folders up to find it, or where I need to put it at least. Copy and paste it into my Live2D folder. See if that works and whatnot. I don't see it popping up, so I might not be able to do it on stream. Oh, there it is. I didn't name it that. I rotoskip the hand, so I call it roto hands. Finish it. Export it as that. I didn't want to do it that way, but well, let's go ahead and do it, everyone. We might as well. See if we can get it going here and whatnot. Trying to find it here. It should have worked. Not seeing it though. I mean, I don't see how it couldn't be. Looking at the form, I don't see how it could just not work in Live2D stuff. Let me try unloading the model and getting it back. Could not load it. Okay, let me see something. I think I know what I did wrong. I think I didn't export it as 5.0. Yes, I forgot. I forgot. So for those who don't know, for those who don't know, the way I'm saying is 5.3 apparently didn't work with VGS a while back, and I don't know if they I haven't updated in a while, so if they fixed it, this is a problem. But there's really not much difference in 5.0 and 5.3 from what I know, so I just need to change this up a bit. Just give me 1 second. We're almost done. We're almost there. Almost there. Almost there. That just doesn't work. The problem is just that it doesn't work. Okay, that's the problem. Which is honestly a terrible problem to think about. But it's fine though. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Just listen to my voice ramble as we go on and try to find it some more, and then we'll paste this here. Good. Okay. Okay. Now we get to where the heck is it now? Oh, there it is. I changed the name. No, let's not do an auto setup. Okay, cool. Inception, everyone. Let's let's drop the window capture. We'll try to see what we can get with this, okay? But you can see the hands there. The physics are working on the stuff and it's making me feel weird and nauseous. Alright, let's see what we can do. Something with it. Movement config. I don't know how to do the whole pin thing, so we're trying to get that going. Tracking. No, we're not using that. We're tracking with mouse. You know, rather than me just not showing anything, let me shift this over to what we're working with here. Let me see what I get here. No, that's not right. Is it? It's not the right one. Now it's showing the everything else. It should be showing Vtube Studio. Let me see. Can I get this to show Vtube Studio? There we go. Okay. And we'll turn off the spout because you can see it inside here. This is what we're working on. Okay, now we can do it. Now we can see. Okay, cool. Now I looked this up before, but it's been a while. So problems, right? Yes. Okay. So tracking type maybe? No, I don't need hand tracking. We're doing mouse tracking with this model. I'm not 1000% sure we'll get it, by the way. So, you know. Maybe we can do it with just this. Well, we'll find out. Let's see. I didn't do position, so we're just doing angle X with, oh, I don't, that's, okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Where is, I guess I gotta look for it. Mouse position X. There we go. Oh, it's working! It's working! Oh. And now Y! Woo, look at it, everyone, it's working! It doesn't go up and down unless I'm clicking, though, for some reason, which is strange. Oh, it's not even going up there. Okay, that's not even right. Oh, that's why. Why I did face? What is wrong with me? Why'd I do that? Okay, cool. Okay, so now we move it to wherever, and you go like this. So now we have it set to mouse position. So technically, everyone, it's working. And I just gotta make it follow the mouse, you know, properly, like collectively, and like just sit there perfectly on it. I wonder if sometimes if the position itself is the problem, and I would just be moving it with her. I might have messed up a little bit. I'll have to correct that in later things, but it's not a big deal, I don't think. I mean, the only thing I can think of, this is the strangest thing, okay? So, if I add another parameter of X and Y and reverse them, it should allow me to have the animation sequence, but the position stays the same. Right? That's the weird thing about it. I'll add another deformer on top and do that, and that should do it. I was hoping, I didn't know... Well, you know how it goes, everyone. It works. It looks great, though. You know, we've completed the model. I'm just going to have to fine-tune it a bit. Let me look around and see if I can see the whole, follow the mouse thing, you know. I think there was some stuff with, utilizing a mouse for your, stuff instead. I can't remember was it in options? USB, no. I think it's somewhere here. Oh, there we go. I think it's... We used to work with this there, I guess. All right, well, before we go any further, you can see the arm works, right? We have it. I might have to do changing to make it on mouse position and everything else. I haven't quite figured that out. I mean, I can look it up. We got the drawing hand done. Look at it. But we are one thing left to do, at least as far as the stuff goes. That would be a hotkey. Okay, we're gonna make this pinned down 100%. This will be pinned down because it's mouse, pen, whatever, right? Now we got that expression there. Well, we'll use this sort. Okay, we already got that. I don't want to do that yet. So we'll go with this. Hotkey action. Mount. Okay, that's not... Oh, it's the... Okay, it's actions. I'm sorry. I'm looking wrong. Play animation. Animation. I thought I had it. Okay. Okay, it's not an animation, right? So it's got to be set, unset, expression, pin down, key combination, left mouse button. Can I have it, okay, I got it where it clicks, turns it on and off. Can I make it a hold type, though, is the question. Not sure how to set that, you know? The whole point would be like, you know, we'd be like going up, down, up, drawing, down. I mean, I guess either way, it's useful, you know? We got a little bit of movement. See? I guess either works. I have to figure out a little bit more stuff on the understanding what I'm doing. I jumped into this with no clue what I was doing. Right? Well, okay, I had absolutely every clue what I was doing, but I had complete disregard for learning ahead of time. Right? Look at that. That's what we got. Fourth stream, we got it though. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Click on and off, click on and off, click on and off. Oh, guys, we got it, right? What do you guys think? Good? Come on now. Let me just get this going back to normal, though. Can't have otherwise stuff going. All right. Okay. I'm a little too big here. I'll have to shrink myself down so I don't just, you know, absorb your screen entirely. All right. So, yeah. There we go, everyone. We made, we successfully did it. There's a few setbacks. It's just like mouse position. I haven't even, I can't even test if it works with, everything or not. Unlock. You can't sleep. Well, you know, that's just how it goes, unfortunately, sometimes. The best way to sleep, if you like, have trouble sleeping, is you got to identify, am I bored or hungry? You solve one, and it usually helps. But the other thing is exercise or something works like a lot, in my opinion. Do like weird exercise. Then you're just like so tired you don't care. Of course, I don't ever make myself do it enough. I've got my giant dumbbells in there I need to work out with more, but you know. But, I mean, I can't believe I actually got this whole project done already. Once I fine-tune and get it done, we get to move on to the next steps. You guys won't be a part for some of that. Don't worry though. It's to show you guys some good stuff. I've got to improve my model a little bit. And look, trust me, I understand you can't sleep. Look at me, I can't sleep that well either. I just finished the stream basically. I'm gonna get off in a second, but you know, that's just how it goes. Like, you know, I got the 1 a.m.s. That's what it gets you. You know, that's the problem. Actually, a study I saw one time talking about that it's torture to make children get up early because their bodies aren't made for it and stuff like that, and like everyone needs to push back school like an hour or two, and like some states did it and like found great effects, and then no one cared because they like tradition more. Humans, they're stupid. Anyways, so let's address what we got here today. We have drawn out the model, we have edited it, modified it, and finally imported it. We have also animated it and rigged it completely here. We got it all ready, except that I don't know how to get it, follow the mouse stuff. We might have done too much with certain things. All I have to do is if I recreate the same parameters, or rather positions, I can use a, could I just remake the same deformer, the same positions and lock-ins? They just have it mirrored, copied, and reversed for the X and the Y. And then it will counteract all movement to just look good there. And then we just put it into the mouse position. And based on the mouse movements, we can have it alter and move. I mean, honestly, stare at the ceiling for 2 hours before this. I've done that too. If you got those speckled, like paint ceilings, you start finding patterns in them, and you start looking everywhere. I find a lot of times that when I'm like can't sleep, it's because I have an idea or something to do, and it's like I need to like focus and create something. Like, I'll sleep well tonight. I made something. We got the model going. I feel accomplished and not like my life is worthless and I'm not doing anything and I hate myself for it. No, we got something done finally. So now my brain is going to have to, we got to finish this. I got to finish this on my own a little bit, right? And after that, I've got to go to stage 2. What is stage 2? It's got nothing to do with the arm. The arm's just part of stage 2. It's, you know, art streams. my stage 2 is improving my model. I've got a lot of improvements coming I've worked on that I feature creeped away and haven't done. And heck, I even tried to do teeth at one point and said, no. We're getting the same teeth. There's a few improvements to it. I can guarantee you schizophrenia is far different than you expect. Trust me. Trust me. Schizophrenia is no joke for the people that suffer from it. Though most of that's drug-induced. The people that aren't drug-induced schizophrenics I've met were like really nice people. Because they know that schizophrenia, they don't like trust it. They're like, I have voices, I hate them, we gotta make them go away. It's like, cool. But anyways, channel plans. Organization is next. I have to organize everything so that everyone who enjoys their stuff can find what they want. Do you want to find the art? Do you want to find the Vtube model making? Do you want to find the crazy chat? Had a goblin on it for a selected vibe. Don't worry, I got silent for the goblin energy thing. He's like a goblin. We got a little psycho puppet that it basically identifies with two nationalities he is not part of. Calls himself an Italian French puppet. He is neither. Schizophrenics can come from like genetics and all that. It's basically like the brain like breaks down a little bit. Schizophrenia is nothing like, the best way to explain it is like you have no control of your imagination. That's the simplest way I can explain it. Oh, for a selected viewer. I see. You're wanting to do something. I still gotta looking at stuff. But anyways, I gotta add some organization to my channel soon. We're gonna be able to have playlists and stuff because I've been too lazy to do it normally. You can see solo games you like to see played. You can find the co-op streams with me and Son working together and him hating every minute of it. You can find us playing against each other and him hating every minute of it. We can find lots of stuff. I'm going to organize the channel eventually. After I finish the model again with the hand. And then I gotta update my own face model. And then finally we get to do cult games. So it's gonna be Cult of the Lamb and stuff, and I'm gonna start cult videos, and we'll get to start deciding on what the cult's theme is. That's right, the Mad Cult doesn't have a theme. But you know, we're a modern cult. You know, we don't have to have a singular idea or be religious based. We're just gonna alter and reconform to new ideals all the time. We're an ever-changing cult with new ideas. So, you know, we can have a new theme all the time, you know, based on what people decide and what sounds fun at the time. And then we'll just be fanatical about that. That's the whole idea of being a cult, right? But anyways, we have completed the model for the best part. I will have to look up stuff now. I haven't looked up a single thing on this. I decided one day, I want to make a hand that draws. Cool. Other people have done it. I did this without any, like, knowledge. Oh, it's too young to be in a cult. It's about, you know, it's like a meme, you know? It's, culture. It's cults for culture. We're culture. Yeah, see, it's like that, you know? I don't know, maybe one day we'll just, like, even, like, pick other VTubers and become rampant fans for them. Also making headbands and stuff and other things and making like cult VTube models for everybody and everything else just because. Got crazy idea. It's gonna go insane eventually. I can guarantee you. Some point the insanity will catch fire and everyone will be part of it. Well, everyone and you, Leah, for joining up here at the end for you. It's been nice, but it's been like 4 hours or so. How long have I been streaming, actually? Let's see. What's it say on Twitch? Where's my analytics? What's my numbers on it? Oh, there it is. We got a kick. Okay, 4 hours. Has been 4 hour stream on animation of this hand model. Maybe we might do a Miku cult. Okay, we can still do it. We can be a bunch of creepy otakus going crazy for Hatsune Miku. We can do it. We might do it. I'll put it. It goes in the cult hat. It goes in the cult hat. Okay, it goes in the cult hat. I get it. You like Miku cult. Maybe we'll do it. Maybe we'll do it. I'll consider, okay? You can put your vote down 300 times when we do it eventually. I'd like strobe lights and everything else just for no reason. I'm not even a Hatsune Miku fan. But who knows? We'll have to be a fan of the cult. We have to make it till we break it, right? Or fake it till we... I don't know. Fake it till we make it. I don't know. We'll do it. Okay. But anyways. The stream will now be closing. It has been 4 hours. Yes. Okay. Look. Okay. Look. I'll be honest with you. Okay? Let me just be honest with you. A cat cult. A cat cult. I have been researching hide in cat ears. Oh my god. Oh, this is why I don't have anything against spam. Okay. Alright, okay, that's it. Stream close. Maybe we'll do Miku cult if enough people go crazy. Or a cat cult. Alright everyone, it's been fun. See you in the next stream on Monday. We'll do something. Game.